Dog's barking here. What time? Oh, I can't see. Oh, hello. Happy Saturday to everybody. God, so many materials, no kidding. Trying to put a couple of things on the these different shelvings here. I had to put in two of a style I hadn't used before, so I don't have a prefab with all the clothes on them, which is kind of tough to do. What I had to do to try to get a better stream, like a better, I don't know, quality stream, I got rid of one of my USB connectors because I don't have a hub or anything. So I put an Ethernet adapter in on a USB so I can have a hard line. So hopefully I can, you know, upload a little better. Huh. Sorry, got a text from my dad. Interesting. Interesting fellow, that. Let's see if anybody can hear me or not. There's not really anything to hear, it's just me blabbing. But if that's what you're here for, then I'll blab my best. Let's see. I feel like I prefabbed some of this stuff though. Perhaps I didn't. Bit of white noise. Yeah. I really wonder if that is my fan. It's like, sounds like white noise. I mean, that's kind of what white noise is, right? Okay, so since I got rid of the one USB that had my like wireless keyboard and nice mouse, it's going to be really, really hard for me to do really delicate things in Unity. But I'll try my best. It seems like I've already got some shoes in here. Why not make it a shoesy location? I don't like putting in a whole lot of pairs of shoes. It feels less disheveled if there's just it's two clean shoes next to each other. I see. Well, cool thing is I think I can just get rid of one of them at that scale. Wow, giant shoe. Good little turn, good little fall. My computer could do that. Damn it, trackpad. Why are you so worthless? Now I'm over here. Oh, there I am. Okay. So I'm looking for like the widest part because I have to pull that up just to rest on that without doing a whole lot of clipping. And then I keep angling it so that it rests kind of naturally, I guess. That way it just looks like it's part of the shoe case, shoe rack, shoe shelf, whatever you want to call it. I don't give a shit. You're not going to spin it all around. Oh, that's kind of cool. Then you can, when you're walking around, it's like you see there's an inside of the shoe rendered too. What's going on here, Amber Tea House? Yeah, it's behind the scenes, just doing some development, doing some BSing, just talking. Just talk about whatever, really. I'm down to talk about what is your since we're on the topic of zombie game development, what is your favorite and least favorite zombie property in terms of games, like, you know, Dead Rising, Resident Evil? What do you like? What do you hate? Which one did it right for you? Which one totally just was not good? Resident Evil 6. But really, anything that you think is also valid. An option. I'll get back to your 90-degree turn question, that's something that I kind of want to get into, but that would be a sizable rant, I think. Rags. What if I just like hang a sock over that banister instead of putting a bunch of jackets? I think it's possible. But what is the sizing of these ones? Well, that doesn't help at all. Let's do 0.7, I guess. Oh, actually, it's already sized that way. How convenient. I eyeballed that one pretty good. Gotta say so myself. Yep. And there it goes. Yay. Alright. That is a hanging sock. That is how you hang socks. Sizable rant. Alright, so let me get into it here. How do I start it? I think I'll start it by stating one of my favorite PSP games that didn't quite catch on because I don't know, it was so different. It was different from the other entries in the property. I don't know if it was this, that, or the other thing, or if it just wasn't very good. I also have liked plenty games that are just not very good. Unlimited Saga being one of my favorite, oh, everyone hates this game, but I kind of get it, game. So anyway, this game on PSP, it was called Wild Arms XF. It was a strategy RPG set in the Wild Arms universe. And it was awesome. It was awesome because the game revolved around the mechanics and not the other way around. The mechanics didn't just get shoehorned into a game. The game was built with these mechanics in mind, how the class system was incredibly important, and you have no reason to not switch characters and switch classes constantly. But what I also really liked about it is that, unlike most strategy RPGs, it took place on a hexagonal grid. Wow, hexagonal! That alone to me was like, oh, okay, cool. So we're getting into like, I don't know, kind of early PC gaming. RTS games usually had hexy grid. I don't know. I just remember playing some old-ass PC games and they have a hexagonal grid, but it wasn't for a Japanese-style strategy RPG. So as I try to find another, more socks. Let's do more socks. Fold those socks up there. Alright, so as I was playing this game, hexagonal grid and all this other like really cool game mechanics, I wrote a review for it on PSP Fanboy. It's probably still out there. I don't know if it's in like just a regular joystick or some sort of archive, if it was plagiarized and put somewhere else. That happens a lot, by the way. I think I read some other website posted my original review of the first Uncharted, and they just like used their name or something, but I don't know. It doesn't matter to me. Sorry, I get distracted here. Alright, that's gonna be good enough. So I really liked how Wild Arms kind of just took something simple like changing the type of grid you walk on and building a very familiar type of game around it. And how most of their objectives in the missions were different from kill all enemies. Like 99% of Final Fantasy Tactics. I was like, what's the point of your condition if it's always going to be the same thing? Anyway. Oh yeah, Left 4 Dead. Left 4 Dead's a good series. I played a little bit of the second one at my friend's place because I don't have like a 360 or whatever, and like I've said, my computer isn't built for gaming, unfortunately. So unless it's a simple looking game, I'm probably not going to be able to handle it. But yeah, it was really fun. I got killed by the what's the girl, the screamer? What did Wild Arms XF do wrong then? It's been a long time, but I think the story was pretty basic or pretty whatever, but you know, if it doesn't stick with me, I guess that's just every story ever. It's all the same. All the Japanese stories are the same. I think it dragged on really long, and it didn't explain a lot of its mechanics well. There were certain stages that were built in a way that you had to beat it in the Natural Doctrine style. If any of you played that game, I'm sorry. But if you've played that game, it was built around the player guessing exactly what the creator wanted them to do. And there was no other way to ever survive or, succeed unless you did every single thing right. And a couple maps in Wild Arms XF felt like that. And it didn't do as well as it should have in terms of sales. I think a lot of that was it came kind of late into PSP's life, I think. And piracy was already pretty bad on that handheld. I guess it doesn't really get talked about anymore, but it was a significant amount of business lost with pirated PSP games. That's why a lot of companies stopped bringing PSP games over, because they could do the little bit of research, hit up a couple of the hot torrent sites, see how many downloads there are, and then look at how many sales there are. When the downloads are bigger than the sales, there's no reason to, bring it over or try to make a profit off of it. So normally, the later PSP games that NIS released, I think like Generations of Chaos, which was, I think that was supposed to be actually pretty good. I didn't actually get to play it, but I think a game like that comes around when all these other PSP games are getting passed on, because there's usually like a bundle deal. So it's like, okay, you guys can work on this title or this series, but we also want this one to come out over there. And it seems weird because there's not really, it's not like you're buying a 2-for-1 deal on like apples. It's like, so we'll pay you for a game we know that we're not going to make a profit on. But in order to do that, you got to get that bigger title that'll sell more to make up for that. So when you bundle those things, you look at it as a longer development pipeline or a publication pipeline, because they have to figure out how much one's going to sell and then how much the other one has to make up for it, because they were packaged together into licensing. Blah, 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 blah. How the hell did I get on that? Oh well. Are there any funny little sundries I can toss in here? To the middle of a clothing store? see. You know, I think they could sell frames. You know, sell a couple frames here and there. You take selfies in the dressing room, and then you can buy the frame to put it in, and then give it to nobody. Because it's just data. There's a single one in here. Maybe I can get that to like lean against them. Oh man, the rest of my thoughts on it. I didn't even get around to finishing that story. Ah, well, I'll save it for when you come around again option. Got off topic as I tend to do. What's my opinion on piracy as a developer? I mean, if you have no intention of buying a game, then, you know, nobody's lost, right? But the fact that you would download it means that there was some intention to play it. Even if, you know, it's like, I was never going to buy this. But, you know, you might if it's, you know, $5 in a used rack. Maybe, I don't know. Then you'd have to wait. I think it all comes down to, like, getting something as soon as you possibly can. That's the sort of world that we live in right now. Instant gratification, and piracy is instant gratification for a game that just came out. And you don't have to pay. Because, honestly, I don't want to buy a game when it comes out because it's too expensive for me. But I mean, that's because I'm extremely destitute right now. But that's not what I'm talking about here. My point is something. I mean, piracy hurts the industry. Duh. That's why it's called piracy. But I don't know. The people who are gonna pirate something they're just gonna pirate something. It'll take a long time, but I think once more people try to enter the industry and see how it has affected the industry, that's kind of when you realize, oh, that's pretty rotten shit to do. But until then, I mean, there's not a lot you can tell the people who are going to pirate not to do it. Just, you know, if you're going to do it, try not to manipulate others into doing it. Let them make their own choice to do it. Or, you know, there have been cases where I've pirated music because you can't sample a damn CD anymore. They used to have those little listening stations in the music shops. No, not anymore. So sometimes I don't know if I would like this band that I would find. Like, oh, I've never heard of these people. Maybe I wish I could listen to one of their songs. And depending on the type of music you listen to, this may be something that happens to you more often than others. Non-mainstream music is pretty tough to get little samples of. you know, I've pirated some music just to see how it made me feel about that band, and then if I really liked it, I would go out and I would also purchase the CDs. I still like physical stuff too. More animations, attack animations since that blog post. Hang on, I'm reading other things too. Oh, good to know about Bandcamp. See, I'm getting to that age where I'm like out of it. There's too many of these things to like keep track of, and I'm just too surrounded by my work all the damn time. So I don't research and go around and find that cool stuff. So I'm happy that you guys are finding this cool stuff and telling me. Now I know something. I missed a question up here. Oh yeah, the attack animation stuff. The attack animation guy has been really busy. He works in esports, and they've had a lot of stuff to do. What I can show you though is I think I made GIFs of all of the ones that I have. These are all going really fast. I think they're running at 60 frames, and they should run at 30 frames. But the point is, if I can afford the game, I will cheat. Okay, I can get behind that. Oh yeah, so cool, you can see that? I'm in my little video preview and it's like stuck on something else. So yeah, this red one is a fire buff. I'll just cycle through them. As you can see, we've got a little over 20, and there's going to be like 100. This one's running at a slower speed. That's for a fist attack. It might actually be going in reverse. Feels like it's going in reverse. Whatever. 30 frames. It's a normal slashing skill. That's a hard slash skill. And the thing with all like the purpley colors, the purple and the white, that's an easy tweak. That's something that can be changed based on an attack element or something. Got this, we got buffs for all the different elements, and they relate to your stats. So this one is an ice or water skill, and it boosts your defense. 2 little knives doing your knife attack. That makes me think of Phantasy Star. When you would have 2 knives equipped, you'd actually attack once with your left hand and once with your right hand. It was awesome. God, that game was good. Anyway. This yellow one's lightning. It'll increase your dexterity so that you are more accurate. It's a mace attack. It's like an overhead attack that hits the ground. projectile. It's like an arrow or a dart. I think darts and arrows, darts and bows and arrows are our projectiles. Shield attack. It's supposed to give off a feeling of just like being bashed in the face with a riot shield. Spears. You know, it's a bit of a thrust, but it, you know, ooh, a little bit different than the projectile. Regular sword. Wind is your agility charge. Agility up is going to make your turn order come faster, and I think it's also affecting your evasion. I can't remember the math. And this one's not done, but it's just your first wind magic skill. It's like a little spiral of painful wind. And that's those bad boys. Gradated circles in the animations. Let me try to see what you're talking about. Like these, the big white circle around it. Or like that pulsing blue circle in the center of that one. Yeah, the big white circle. It's actually a pretty good idea. I can forward that over to the animator guy, because the thing, I'm gonna be going home for a little bit, and he lives close to where my family lives, and we'll have a lot of time to work on these together, because it's becoming clear to me that he's the type of guy that will really be able to crank this out if I'm sitting there working with him. The whole being super far away has not really pushed things forward the way that they should be, I guess. Which is fine, everyone works differently. And Jordan's stupid fast up. Oh, stupid trackpad, my god. My god. Playing with scales, not supposed to. Because it messed up the hanger. Let's see if I can do both of them. I just don't want the hanger to look really weird and big. Whoa. Oh, whoa. I lost myself. Oh, I wanted was a closer shot. Alright, nice. Hangy Vesty! Alright. So now I want to go ahead and turn the fog back on here. And I want to pull in something. What was it? There you are. There, we can put ourselves a little event there. Why not? And if you were here last time, you remember we were working on an event scene, which we'll continue working on today after we go ahead and make sure this all looks okay in the game. Nothing's like hanging off, like hanging out in the middle of the woods. There's no woods, but if there were woods, it's where they'd be hanging out. That'd be weird. Testing. Any favorite moe anime recently? Oh my god, yeah. They're entering a whole phase of like being self-aware and ironic about being what they are. Like, see, we didn't have to think to make this. Isn't that great? You'll just buy it because there's new designs. But we'll all say the same things and we'll go through the same character arcs. And we'll have the same misunderstandings and run away instead of look at each other for a second and be like, oh wait, I said something really stupid. That said, I haven't had time to watch a lot of anime. I've got quite a few things on my shelf that are, it's like my I haven't watched these yet shelf. Everything's probably a couple years old now. Let me go run and grab some of those. Whew. Okay. Sleepy. I know, I'm sleepy too, man. So what I had here, we got the Love, Chunibyo, and Other Delusions. I have to watch that. Is the second season out yet? Yeah, I don't know. Date Alive, I'm still gotta watch the first season of that. The later seasons of Railgun and Index, something called Engaged to the Unidentified, Amagami SS, because that's just freaking great. All the Little Busters, Outbreak Company, Unbreakable Machine Doll. It doesn't end. And of course I want to rewatch all Pat Labor again, because Pat Labor is one of the best shows ever. I think the character designs in Amagami SS are mainly what brought me to it. It just looks nice. Really nice, I guess. It's like the trend in a lot of anime the last couple years, I guess, has to become more and more moe and more youthful looking. But, I don't know, the designs in Amagami stuck out to me as like, no, they look older. Or not older, but I don't know how to describe it. I like the animation style. Seinen manga look or something. I like that. Yeah, sort of like, yeah, seinen instead of shoujo. Because Kimi ni Todoke had that shoujo look. When the girls have like different outfits in every episode, that's more shoujo, I guess. Ah, like that one show. That one show that never came out in the US. Cece's not appearing. Why is Cece not appearing? But yeah, so I'm really excited to get around to watching that. All of that. All of those things. I found all my old VHS anime when I was visiting home. That was kind of funny. I only had the first 3 VHSs for Record of Lodos War. I never saw the whole thing until I got the collection on DVD. And I'm not talking that bullshit heroic knight of whatever crap. I mean the original OVA. That was the shit. Oh yeah, I remember I had to fix this one. Because of the other ones, I didn't do that. See how we had name and happy. I didn't put her graphic in. Whoops. Cool. And we stopped, I think we stopped right here at this choice branch, because it doesn't have any more graphic calls after that. So Pearl's talking with Cece about how Cece has a big plantation with an orchard and a creek, or a crick. Might be a crick. It's probably not that big. Not that it matters. And then you have a choice to say a couple things to Cece. Girl, you got a big backyard. Because she's used to guys treating her like shit. It's a gorgeous sight because of you, Mr. Cheeseball. Your parents must be impressive, Cece. Typical JRPG protagonist, make a neutral statement. Trying to get the series on VHS was basically impossible. It's so true. Like, the stores would never stock all of the volumes. And if they did, it was like one of each. So you're scrambling to get that one volume of that one VHS tape before the other anime guy in town does. Yeah, I would constantly be there and be like, oh, they have 4 and 6. I need 2. Where's my damn script at? You got this, Excel. And I think I just solved like some really shitty coding issue that I had. So we're up here. Going to be adding in our gorgeous graphics, lady graphics. You know, while we're on that, the other person in this scene is Pearl. It's a CC and Pearl scene. Looks like it goes through. Oh boy. I know it's not a Windows 3 CD game, but when I bought Riven, the sequel to Myst, on PlayStation 1, it was like 5 or 6 discs. I was like, pass. And then I didn't play it because I'm really terrible at those types of games. But you know, oh my, she looks human. Pearl has a little bit of a tan, which is kind of cool, especially with those green eyes that match her necklace. Her Native American turquoise necklace. But hey, bring her back to life, guys. Come on. She's adorable. Adorable. Alright, so this is Reggie talking. What's CC's emotion before this? Happy. Okay. So she puts her defenses up immediately. Creek. CC Heart. She's big curvies and just raise a big curvy place. Pearl gets a little upset. Give Papa Reggie a hug and a big tip. I don't like it. Jam Sam. Yeah, point and click games have a terrible tendency to me to just like take their logic on a completely different set of train tracks than my logic train even rides on. I think it was on X-Play, like a long time ago. X-Play was reviewing some PC game, and they were going through the steps needed to solve this puzzle, and it was just so bass-ackwards. that by the end of it I was like, oh, yeah, that's exactly how I would have approached that problem. It was just such garbage. I don't remember the game, I don't remember the score, I don't remember what they said. But I remember that it happened. Oh, I can hide those again. Nice. Those. Cool. Because just telling what things are is a lot harder than the traditional 2D ones. That's true. Like, it's harder to have an effect of something like glittering when, you know, they took a picture of an actual thing, and that's just where it is. It can't really stand out any more than it actually does. Just a little glimmer everywhere. Slaps back, shakes. Pearl's getting a little weirded out. She was crying, had a cry face on because of that. I think she'll go back to neutral, actually. Grim Fandango is one of those bad games that don't hold your hand. Oh boy. Oh boy, here we go. I think the worst hand-holding I've experienced in a game was the PlayStation 3 Prince of Persia. It wasn't even hand-holding so much as it was like, here, you haven't won yet. No, 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 watch out, that could have hurt, but you haven't won yet. Here, keep going. Yeah, she gets angry again. She's already angry. Okay, that's the end of that branch. So Cece's here, and she was happy before. That's a question. You'll notice that Pearl gets angry a lot. Whenever you shift your attention away from her, she tends to get kind of pissy. She's got reasons. She has her reasons. Hey Nick, it's Andrew from Marooner's Rock. Hey Andrew from Marooner's Rock. Thank you guys for giving us the coverage love these past couple weeks. These are smooth. Slimy is more like it. And you can register this little thought the writing and acting in Grim Fandango was what brought it so much cult appeal. So, you know, I would hope that's good stuff. Greetings, Claudio. Thank you for reporting in. It's good to have you here, man. She's so easy to trick you. She was happy. Cece's kind of pervy, so we can give her a little blush there for that. Cece's such an idiot. Oh man. But I'm gonna make it a question mark because it's not even a question. Because she's just saying something that's complete bullshit. That was Pearl's initial emotion before there. She was crying. So as long as I don't use cry again, it'll be okay. You think so? Same. Mama's thirsty. I'm not Cerno, I'm real. That's a cute emote. A little puffy cheek. Reminds me of someone else here, huh? Yeah, puffy cheek. Hey, gal. I have a little puffy cheek power from Pearl. Nana and Pop Pop. Nana and Pop Pop. Oh boy. Alright, so we got through that little branch of choices. Now, so 120. $120 to $179. Not bad. 50 line split conversation. Mascots have names. That is true. My college mascot was Ugga, the Bulldog, University of Georgia. Georgia. Cool, I'm not getting any, like, big errors. I think it all coded in just fine. Let's find out. I like that ceiling sticking out there. It's pretty awesome. The derpy mode. That's derp. Derp. Hey, look, it's the skull icon on the skull icon. Skull icon on icon action. Alright, enough of that. Let's see if I can pound through this. Here she is. So I wanted to move CC over to the far left, I forgot to do that. But I'm going to just still see if all the text and emotes pop up right. City Boogie imprints on your shirt, Reggie. What do you have? This one, or this one, or this one, or this one? She come from Mama's belly. Gotta shorten those questions or responses down. I want to make sure that the heart pops up. Dingly-doo! It's a good dingly-doo for Cece. Booby and Prince. Oh my gosh, it's so silly. Okay, cool. So all their bus stops displayed right. I'll move her here. What's that? Slot. That's the one. Cool. Then that'll move her over to the left. Give it a little more balance. Balance that scenery. Girl, you got a big backyard. That seemed like it fit the box. Just gotta get rid of these quotes. It's gorgeous. It's gorgeous, thanks to you. There, and now all of those should display in that box just fine. What program are you using to make the game? Or did you guys basically make your own program? We're using Unity, but within Unity we've created like a whole bunch of different objects and scripts that run the game we want it to, so that in essence we're not using anything standard from Unity, I guess. Like all of our scripts we've made ourselves, and what they do is pretty specific to what we need them to do. So it's like we've made the game in Unity, but we've also made our own visual novel and dungeon crawling engine as well, that anybody could use as a template to make their own, which is kind of neat. So like anybody could make it using the tools that we've created, because like dungeon crawlers are already, like I think I did this the other day, like Unity's already on a grid, so when you're sizing out grid spaces for in your dungeon, it's already done for you. Alright. So all that BS there is good. So we still have this much. We still have this much to add graphics to. So you can see, like, it takes a while just to even do one scene to completion. I mean, this isn't even me writing it, because I wrote it a while back. But transferring it over to this and coding it in, it takes a lot of time. Like, it'll have been 2 streams and we'll have gotten through one event scene. And I wish I could tell you how many event scenes there were, but I did not keep count. Okay. So in this one, Pearl's surprised. I have to see what emotions she is, so I know what to put in here. Because I want her to just sort of turn neutral. But if she was neutral in one of these, in one of her final lines, in this branch, then it screws up. She was crying. That one. She's angry. Alright, cool. Neutral is A-okay. So it is. I'll grab a calculator real quick. Happy. Surprise. Surprise. I'm gonna just make that surprise so they're all surprised. And then she can just be happy here. Certain details of her underwear. But she's dead! It's all very confusing for you. Glance back at you from her bent over position and give a little wink. That's so messed up. She's dead, but she's still trying to flirt. Cece, that's messed up, girl. It's messed up, girl. Mm-mm. What a leading question. She's trying to be angry about you checking out CC in, you know, kind of, that's just what you do. That's just what happens. Sometimes you just are caught looking at somebody else. It is a thing that happens to people. When Pearl gets angry, she also asks if he does that to her too. A little bit of an attention hound, that one. Sudden outburst from nearby the tree causes both of you and Pearl to jump. And then I wrote this next part after I played Until Dawn, which was amazing. But phenomenon is typically known as a jump scare, a technique where an unexpected image and or sound is input into a medium in an effort to get a visceral reaction from viewers. There's nothing intrinsically scary about the technique. Some directors may even lambast the move as a lazy scare. So every damn time this damn deer jumped out of the damn snow in Until Dawn, I was like, oh, come on! I digress. And more Excel. Work never stops, my friend. Excel? XML. It's all the same shit. It's just a different interface. But that's the super awesome side of game development. It's not. There's the guy that does the graphics and makes them go this way, and you got to tighten up the what the hell is that commercial? Tighten up the graphics in level 3. That's like one guy. Everyone else has to work in this sort of stuff. There's the graphics are the visual part of it, graphics, animation, and that's a tiny part of it. Talk about 80s cartoons. I was big into Ninja Turtles, and recently, for my friend's girlfriend's birthday, we all went and saw whatever the newest live-action Ninja Turtles movie was. Boy, it was a thing. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it for the cartoonishness of it, although it was like super cartoony, but the CG was super good and like super real-ish. So like the cartoony element of the content and the visual style, it clashed in my head. I couldn't tell if I was watching a kid's movie, if I was watching a grim, dark reboot of something. But for the amount of like fan service and little nods to fans that read the comics, fans of the cartoon, that it really nailed it on those elements. I really like that. Flowers was luscious. Oh, I know. I'm gonna make her exclaim here instead. Never get over the damn Anohana jokes. These are the flowers we saw that day. That day, you know, the day on which we saw them. Those are the flowers we saw. We saw them that day. On that day, that day. Feels bad, man. Where can I vote for this? Do we start a petition with the UN or something? I don't know why people would want my streams to continue. I'm happy to do them. It gives me someone to talk to, even if it's myself. I talk to myself anyway, and my parents and my like great-grandparents used to say like, it's okay to talk to yourself, just don't answer yourself. But the shitty thing is, I answer myself all the time too. And not in that like smug asshole character who's like, do I want you to do this? Yes, I do. Like, no, not like that. I mean, I'm asking myself strange philosophical questions, and then I answer myself with a competing theory. Makes no sense. Or I'll comfort myself, like, ah, man, I don't wanna do this today. It'll be alright, man. You just do it today, you get it over with, and then you can move on, and then you can do whatever it is that you want to do. You know what I want to do. I know what you want to do. It's not paralysis. I don't know what that day means. I didn't think I could use quotes in the text for a little while, but it turns out I can. Although I want straight quotes. Oh crap, I don't have straight quotes. I think it makes it less weird if I know you're listening. It makes it less weird for me. I don't know if it's sort of like you're watching such boring stuff. Like, yay, Excel, awesome. Yay, XML, it's like Excel, but it's just one giant column. But, so it's like, I don't know if you would be more interested in watching what's being done, or just listening to me rant on and describing what I'm doing, because it takes a lot of effort to describe what you're doing and do it at the same time. It's like rubbing your tummy and patting your head, and then saying how you're rubbing your tummy and patting your head while you're doing it. I don't know, that might be easier. Oh my god. Like, this answer, he breaks down, like, everybody breaks down into, like, this terrible rap, and I've got my own opinions on just, I don't know, poetry and rhyming and all that, and it's, oh man, it's so cringy. Oh god, reading this, it's like full of cringe. I hate it and I love it. I hate love it. I love hate it. Just like a nice a nice yep. The wordsmith of our generation. Oh yeah. You had Shakespeare, you had this person, and now you have me. Oh man. So CC unique. That's good. Very rarely there should be unique coming out something. I think Pearl's the most embarrassed by it all. I wonder if I can shake the screen at the same time I skip to. It should be okay. By the way, I want to find those. Bling, 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 Windows! You rub your tongue pat your head while saying that? Of course I did. I talk with my hands just as much as I talk with my mouth. Normally my hands are typing and that's doing the talking. I'm much more used to that type of communication. I think that's probably why if I'm asked to do interviews or something, my answers end up like insanely stupidly text wall long. Because when I'm typing, it's easier to get all of my ideas out there. Flood the damn paper with it. Surprisingly. Whereas normal, it's just, I don't know, I'm pretty quiet. I'm a pretty quiet person. Botany never interested me. Oh. The girls are so hungry that you can tempt them into eating flowers, and no, it doesn't go over too well in their stomachs. As CC so aptly says, they taste like lawnmower bags. And his excuse for making them eat the flowers is like, I always wanted to try, but I couldn't because I'm alive and they could be poisonous. Well, now you know. CC, like an idiot, is just like, oh, well, that's okay then. My interview was the one you had the most fun with. Well, thank you. I think what really helps make interviews fun, or not fun, but I'm just gonna pull something less stupid up while I end up talking for a little bit. Let's see here. I just want to do full screen, but not... Fit to screen. Okay. I think the thing that makes interviews pretty interesting is when it's not all prepared in advance. Like, I know I get sent a set of interview questions, and that's fine, because, you know, you have to send the questions. Not everyone can sit down in person and do a live interview. But with a lot of Japanese companies, they will only take those answers, or they will only take those questions, they'll answer the ones that they want, and they'll just ignore the rest, and then that's it. I think interviews are a lot more interesting and dynamic if you send someone a batch of questions, like you should, like that's normal, that's standard. And then once you get the responses, you should be able to ask additional questions. Like if an answer brings up a question in your mind, or like, oh, I want to actually explore what he meant by this, then you should be allowed to send those follow-up questions, because that's what is missing from written, like, email interviews against live interviews. Because live interviews, you can react instantly to what someone says, and that's what makes that medium still like the super awesome interview medium of having it all, doing it live, and that whole spiel. Yeah, I like interviews, and I wish there was a way to make them more of a, how do I put it? Because the guys who have done interviews with me have all done a really great job, and I don't want them to think I'm saying, like, I wish it was like this, because I don't. You guys did a fantastic job. I'm just saying it would be cool to have interviews once more become a more prominent feature. Like, when an interview happens, it should be something that's, like, bigger? Not longer, but, you know, with that dynamism of back and forth. I think podcasting is a great type of live interview situation. That would be a lot of fun. I haven't done a lot of podcast interviews, only on a couple on Tech Gaming. I did a couple, but that was usually a small segment in their much larger piece. But just having like a full sort of on the ball interview, that'd be kind of fun. It's sort of interesting. Why are they eating flowers in the first place? Old habits that didn't die? No, they're eating flowers because up here, Cece all of a sudden is like, oh, look at these freaking little yellow flowers, aren't they awesome or whatever? And then it goes into a rant about, you know, the flowers we saw that day, and then you can either continue the little Anohana joke, do some really shitty rhyming, or this third option, in which in this case is you trick them into eating the flowers. And the logic behind it is, oh, those are called buttercups. They taste like butter if you eat them. Which is something I was told as a kid when I would like see buttercup flowers or weeds. I think they're just weeds. But the thing was, you would hold them up to your chin, and it would shine. It would make your chin shine yellow, and that was the sign of like, oh, you must love butter. Ha ha! Woo! Country time. So this is a twist on that. Instead of, you know, you like butter because it's yellow and it reflects on you and it makes you yellow. This is, they taste like butter if you eat them. He's lying. He's full of shit. Purple's crying. Purple's angry. He's crying. And Cece is always happy. How about that? This would make a surprise. Oh, no, that would be unique because she's holding a calculator. Okay, wow, alright. So I need to figure out how to do that. I'll do that later. Let's see it like that. Can I forgive you? Alright. Okay, cool. That all popped in. Oh yeah, when you interview Japanese devs face to face like that, that will happen. It's usually the translator that alters or just gets rid of a question because they know that either the developer will be offended somehow, or it's just a little bit off topic, or it's just something that they specifically asked the translator, like, I'm not going to answer questions about this, or this. So sometimes that happens, and that's when you get those responses that are like, please look forward, or like, please be excited. They're the little non-answers that kind of dodge whatever question they didn't want to talk about. And it's not limited to Japanese developers, but that's just where I noticed it a lot. Alright, so I had one red warning here. I didn't have a speaker in there. this time. I'm gonna go. Did I make sure to move her before? I think I did. Yeah, move her 0. Alright. Cool. This will be the final initial run through this scene. We should get to the end of the scene. Actually, I think this exclamation actually does the same thing. See the flowers that day? I'm going to keep hammering that one this time. There she goes. Have to pee when you hear running water. Oh boy. That's super cute of you. Wow! How many of you guys had like a little creek or a river? Not, it doesn't have to be like in your backyard, but in a place where you would walk to and just like go and hang out at the creek. 'Cause I totally did that when I was little. So the two wealthy characters in this game are Cece and Kyrie, and Cece has so much more money than Kyrie, but Kyrie's parents are like self-made, and Cece's family sort of comes from old money, like it's just passed down. They have lots of land and whatnot. They're both wealthy, but very different kinds of wealthy. In a lot of those like typical high school harem shows, it's like, oh, you have the rich person who's rich because they're rich. But they're very, it's important to know what kind of rich, because that builds on the character. But what do I know? I'm not in my backyard. She's the most gullible person. Yeah, Pearl's extremely gullible. If you make any sort of clever jokes with Pearl that, you know, are not immediately obvious what the joke is, she might end up getting confused and flustered. So if you're aiming for a Pearl run, just be careful not to be a little too clever, I guess. It's not that she's dumb, she just doesn't... She's gullible. She falls for it. Now, I'm not sure why it loops to there when it should be... I don't know if I can keep up with you two. CO2E. Maybe I didn't put one in. Effect. It's not in effects. Damn, I knew something was off. It's supposed to be a tag ID. That's why it wouldn't stop there. Dang. Living in a mansion the size of your school or eating ramen out of an old shoe. Yeah, yeah. I don't know about you guys. I don't even know if it's normal in Japan, but everyone in high school ends up living in their own apartment. That must be really nice. There was only one guy who I went to high school with. His parents were so filthy rich that they bought him a townhouse right next to the high school I went to. And he had like 2 very expensive cars that he would still drive to the school even though he lived right next to it. And these are the type of people that you learn later on they killed people in a drunk driving accident but didn't go to jail for it because they have so much money. They just paid their way out of it. Don't hear that on the news. I can't come up with a harem show that hasn't got the protagonist being quote-unquote normal. You mean like you would look for a harem show where the main character is really rich, or is I guess they've had ones where the main character is like really lecherous, but I mean that's kind of cheap. It's like fast forward to the good parts for a series like that. There's obviously not going to be any sort of emotional building when a main character acts like that. You'll just get some trashy 12-episode show that doesn't go anywhere, it doesn't have an ending, and that ultimately is canceled after 1/2 season. Or you'll get a ridiculously successful series that won't freaking end. That's the other thing. There's no middle ground between living in a mansion the size of your school, eating ramen out of a shoe. There's no middle ground between like a successful show and just a shit 1-season show that doesn't go anywhere. Either you get like over 50 episodes of something, or in some cases several hundred, or you get, 12 and it doesn't end. It just tells you, well, now you should go and buy the other media products that are under this label. I wanted to shorten this so that I could just check the last third. I've heard good things about the snafu. I have a couple, or no, I saw a couple figurines from there, from that show, and the characters seemed cute. But was that released by Aniplex? Because if it was, that would explain why I haven't bothered trying to get it. I don't have $400 to spend on a show. Alright, I didn't call the background, but that's okay. Oh my. Get it officially through Crunchyroll for free! Yeah. Yeah, I could. I mean, I guess I'd still have to fast forward through some ads. Shit! Why is that heart doing that? Oh, it's because I called it in the middle. Never mind. That's fine. That is a known bug. Yes, we saw them that day. I'm still kind of upset. Okay. There's a couple little kinks in it, but I think overall we've got that scene wrapped. Ah, there it is. There we go. Back to that. We're rad. We're set. That's one scene down. Awesome. Yay. Effect. It's effect again. Son of a bitch. Probably put it in the wrong column. It's probably my fault. Yep, put it in the wrong column. Like a champ. There you go. Yep, there it is again. Cool. And that's how we generate the scene in the game. Wow! It's a lot of work. Super Thank you about the expression animations. I think, man, I wonder if I can find them. I keep losing these new ones that we had. Like if the next icon wasn't cut off, it would look more like that. It's a little cut off, the current one in the game. those little explosions that pop up when you get like a little heart point with the girl, we're gonna replace that with these. How many are there? Oh, I can actually show a movie of it. My buddy put together a little fake movie for it. Oh, Windows 10, you're amazing. Can I open it with VLC? Yeah, awesome. So this is a mock-up of the... I'll keep it looping just because it's so short and I don't know how laggy the stream is. But it'll end up being more like this. It's sort of more like a... We'll have more like of a firework, like an explosion effect. So you really see it when you get it. So your eyes will be drawn down to the center of it. And, you know, it'll be way out here. So you're like, oh, what was that? Oh, okay, that was a good choice selection. So we have that we need to get in there. I'm sure I could figure it out because I put battle animations in there. It's the same thing. I just have to make a PNG sequence. It's not a big deal. I don't even know if we'll be able to see these. I need to put this backwards here. Yeah, now you can see them. Alright, so the other thing that we have in the game right now that I haven't implemented, it's the, sometimes when a girl would make a comment, little stars would fly out of her face. Ow! Yeah! Where are those at? Well, I can't remember. The point is, the ones we have in there now aren't the final ones. I think I saw them up in this story canvas somewhere. Yeah. It's like this thing right now, this little shuriken looking thing. Which is all fine and dandy. It's a little standard Flash script that was made for it, with just like one item that was duplicated a bunch of times. But the new one with the stars, it's a lot of animation frames, but it's a little more fluttery, a little more glittery, girly, I guess. I'll just run through it, so it's just like that. And I'm going through it probably at half speed. It'll probably be twice as fast when we get the PNG sequence inputted. But I like that. That's really, it's colorful without being colorful, I guess. But that's a new animation that we just haven't put in yet. Well, I'm glad I found that one. I need to pull that out of here. Pull that out of that folder within a folder within a folder. Just put it out here. Cool. Everything comes with a Mac version. Yeah, let me know if there's any other stuff like that you want to see. I don't have any more 3D assets like for the dungeons, for the different dungeons. We were just getting as much as we could for the mall, because I wanted to have them all at least ready to show in some manner. So we focused on getting one dungeon as built out as we could. And I'm just going to see if I can mess with the color of this carpet. That's the standard color for it. And then I just kind of mess with it. You know what? I don't really care. It was probably fine the way it was. That dark blue goes with that dark blue. These things just look so damn bright. Whatever. We'll handle it in post. That's still a thing, right? People have post. To put all these into their proper spots. Go to storefront 1. Just missed a couple. Nice. So if we got some people who weren't here last time, is there who's your go-to character? If you want to do another scene, we can do another scene. I'll just pick a character that you guys like, and we'll get rolling. As I yawn. Oh well. This scene is dunsies for now. We'll just start another down here. Scene name? We'll find out. Huh. Funny. Sorry. No context for that one. It's just reading something. I really want to stream playing like Super Nintendo games, but I want to use my actual Super Nintendo. And apparently that's really, really tough. Apparently that's a huge pain in the ass. But I feel like I have something on here I could use. I think I got rid of it though. I used to have SNES. If I still had that, I probably would have still had some ROMs, but I do not. The ROMs I do have, I've ended up buying the actual games for. Yeah, I know they emulate fine, but I want to use my save data. I complain like a fool. It's not like it's hard to get to the third or fourth map in Fire Emblem, but you know. Yeah, I guess I could just show the cartridge, be like, hey guys, we're playing this game, and then just emulate it. Maybe they fixed it in later patches, but I bought Seiken Densetsu 3. Well, I didn't buy it. My dad had a business trip to Japan one year, and he just randomly bought a Super Famicom game because he knew I liked games in Japan, and it turned out to be Seiken Densetsu 3, which is one of the best games of all time. So I was really pumped to have that and to play it. And then later on, once emulation was a little more widespread, there was an English patch for it, which I tried. And, you know, they did a good job. It was in English, but all of the music and sound effects got corrupted somehow. So every time I've played that game on an emulator, or I hear of people playing it on an emulator, I just think, you know, you guys, you might be hearing like the wrong sound effects. But just from my experience, I don't know. Maybe I had a bad setup. Maybe I had a bad ROM. But I don't know. That was just my Seiken Densetsu experience. If you guys haven't played it, it's amazing, amazing, amazing. This is really hard to do without my my mouse, but I'm killing a little time here. Let's put some walls on while we're talking about games. I can't type and talk at the same time, I guess. The pre-patched ROMs are often dodgy for some reason. Yeah, it was a pre-patched one too, now that you mention that. I mean, I was... How the hell old was I? Back when that came out, that was what, 93 maybe? 93, 94? So I would have been 8 years old about. I don't think I was at the point where I could patch a ROM myself, so that was really my only alternative at the time. Was I 8? It must have been 8. God, I know I was in like 4th or 5th grade, but 8 sounds young for 4th or 5th grade. Whatever. I would notice if they're up-pitched. The main map theme in Thracia 776, my favorite and the best damn Fire Emblem ever made. Well, I mean, actually, Genealogy's better, but I liked a lot of the things they introduced in Thracia, and how it was just a little bit more compact in its storytelling. Not that I understood the story, since, you know, it wasn't in English. But that main map theme is, like, super recognizable to me. So when I played some of the DLC maps in Fire Emblem Awakening, and they used that theme, I nearly died of happiness. I was like, that's how you do a little fan service. You don't have to rub their heads, just give me this song, like, holy crap, I can't believe it. I haven't heard this song since emulation days. But then I bought Thracia when I was in Japan a couple years ago. It was expensive still. Holy shit, was it expensive. But it's in perfect condition. The box is perfect. The manual is still in the wrapping. It's great. I felt super great for purchasing it. Okay, so I see we have a box there, so we'll put another one of these freaking wheel tables in. Actually keep the one behind it because I still want that to be a wall, because I want that to be a separate room, as you can see from the above shot. So taking that collision out there would not be good. Instead I have to sort of move this over a little so that I can get the wallpaper on there. And then of course I want to rotate that. I don't want to rotate that. Or that. Why do you do that? Let's rotate all of this. Whoa! I broke something. Look at that. But you can see how a lot of things have their origin right in the center of the actual object, and this one, the big table, obviously has the center about 1.5 blocks away. Which, I guess that happens, whatever. I'll just do it this way. I don't like using this tool, but sometimes you gotta use tools to make them do what you want. Shit. No, I want the truck. No, I want the truck. I want the truck! Yes. No, no, no. Yes. Give me that damn truck. Alright, I'm going to read some of these comments. My excuse is that most Fire Emblem games never made it to Europe. Hey, that's okay. Not many of them made it to the US either. I don't think any of the ones on Nintendo or Super Nintendo did. Man, what was the first one that came to the US? I think it was on the Game Boy Advance. And I don't even remember it. My buddy had it. He was playing it during free period in high school. Because we would have free periods if we were doing a lot of AP courses. AP courses! Wow! Yeah, if you're in high school and you're thinking about whether or not to do those, do them. I had such a great college schedule, all because of AP classes. Super, super relaxed. You gotta try Fire Emblem 2006, or shut the front door, whatever. Yeah, Awakening and Fates, they're just different. I'm not the type of person who's going to be like, ugh, they were better when they were this. It's more like, I think they just stick to the same name because they're scared that using a different IP would result in less sales. But when you're trying to do something so different, like Breath of Fire 6, can we talk about that? When you do something that's so different from every other entry, and I'm even saying that counting Dragon Quarter, which I think is an amazing game, just different traditionally. When you do something like Fire Emblem 6, or Breath of Fire 6, they're just cashing in on the name. Because they know the idea is garbage, and if it was called anything else, it would just fall to the wayside like everything before it. But because they had to use that name, and had to make it a canonical entry by giving it the number, that's when I take issue. Because you're putting the name out for sales, instead of creating like an ongoing universe with a set of rules and a set of mechanics. And Fates and Awakening have done that with Fire Emblem. They are still underlying the same mechanics, but the design has changed so much in terms of how you approach the levels. Now it's like, oh, just go grind for a little bit and then roll through everything, because there's way too many enemies for strategy to even be employed. The inclusion of permadeath was for longtime fans, and while I always use it, I feel like I'm stupid for using it, because the games are no longer designed around ways to keep your characters alive. They don't care, because permadeath is an option. So now it's just, we're going to throw everything at you, and if you're playing on normal mode, you might be a little tough, but you'll survive because nobody dies, haha. And then if you try it on permadeath mode, you're like, oh, well, there's absolutely no way to do this without grinding a ton, which is something that Fire Emblems did not do until the, what was that, Twin Stones? The Twin Stones? Sorry, now I have to go back and read things. Shoot, where's my little scroll bar here? Twitch? Rekka no Ken. Oh yeah. I don't think that one made it out here. The one with Roy. I don't think the one with Roy made it out here, but like the other two did, but not his specific one. Which is funny, in Smash Brothers at the time they had like Marth and Roy, and at that point we had not gotten Shadow and Light Dragon or Rekka no Ken. But I digress, because I was always a really, really good Marth in Smash Brothers Melee. Germany high schools from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. Oh my god. I don't mind vague anime plots, but come on. Yeah, they're really basic anime plots. Yes, not entirely there is right with me on this old Fire Emblems. They were like war campaign stories and serious political dramas, and now it's like, oh, here comes that one soldier who happens to be like their main factor is that they have no presence. Oh, and this one is this anime trope and this anime trope. And the older Fire Emblems, it was like, no, they're all warriors, and there's this huge war going on, and it's not about the characters themselves, except for the parts that they play in this greater war that's going on throughout several games across generations of people, and not like, oh, hey, by the way, there's time travel, here's your kid, because you gotta have the kids. Now you have to have the kids. right now, while everyone's still alive, we can't kill anyone off. We can't let anyone die, because that would be sad. I don't want to fight, but I'm important, so I'll hang around. And I agree about the non-degradation of weapons. They implemented it well, but it's completely gotten rid of the attack triangle. And I kind of liked when you had a separate triangle for magic, and then a separate triangle for physical weapons, and then they add all these other physical weapons that affect different things differently. So it's more like in the newest one, it's hand-to-hand physical weapons versus throwing weapons versus tomes. Like, that's their new triangle, but they don't really affect, I don't know. I liked it. I liked that the weapons didn't degrade. It kept me from having to, like, manage my inventory so heavily like I do in Thracia, because that one, you get your weapons by, like, kidnapping enemies before you beat them. And that's pretty much it, because you don't get a whole lot of money. And so that makes you have to do a lot of inventory shuffling. Which takes me to a feature that they removed in the newer Fire Emblems that I rather enjoyed in those older ones, because of all that inventory management. In the old ones, you could trade items between characters as many times as you wanted. So I would often have two people one space apart. Like, I'd have a person here, and then I'd have a person here, and then I would move somebody else between them, and then I could trade with the person on the left, transfer it to the person on the right, take some of their stuff, give that to the person on the left, and then keep some things for myself in the middle. And in the newer ones, it just limits you to once. That bugs the hell out of me. But it doesn't actually do anything. It's just a minor complaint that I have. I don't know why they would get rid of that. Maybe it's because weapons no longer degraded, so they knew you wouldn't have to do that. The things that bug me about games are very strange, so it's totally fine if the things I say you're like, well, what the hell does that matter? It probably doesn't, but it does to me. Yeah, it's the trading. Using an item after trading is still there, which is fine. That's cool. It's cool with me. Oh, come on, let me just select the thing I want to select. Unity. C. That one. And it continues on and on for eternity. The menu commands in the new Fire Emblem are kind of vague. Yeah. One of the things I've never been too clear on or keen on, I'm not sure which, it could be me or it could be the game's fault, but like support conversations or conversations that can happen in battle, there's no way to know unless you're within range when you move. But like, how am I supposed to know that two people halfway across the map are gonna have something to say to each other? There's no indication other than, at least in the old ones, it would just be like, match the hair color. Oh, the two red-haired people, they should go and talk to each other, probably. Which, I think that's usually because they're siblings, which makes my Japanese run-through Genealogy of the Holy War especially creepy, because I would always pair them up, and that was the children. Yeah! Let's see if I can knock out, like, all of these. 4, 5, 4, 9. Yeah. Yeah, that's the other thing. That's why I wish it was called something other than Fire Emblem. Like, yeah, there were a ton of old Fire Emblem games as well, but there's no reason to take an entire franchise and put it on a different set of rails. Like, you could have called it Flame Crest Awakening and just had only these little changes that have made it move farther and farther away from what Fire Emblem was. But then you can still, in that world, then you can still have the quote-unquote old Fire Emblem games being made, and then this other subset would have these newer mechanics or take changes. Just using that same name, I think, is what gets me, because there's a different design theory behind it, and that's where I take issue, I guess, is that it's no longer, it's just not the same, but they're calling it the same name. If that makes sense. Okay. Now we got all the walls facing that direction. Those are all up. That's sort of how I used to approach these, is making sure I just do them all in one direction at a time. So now I turn around and make sure that we have them all in that direction. And we missed a couple there. And that there will not be a wall. That's going to be one of these bad boys. Or what it could be, it'll be a wall, and then I'll put in a, what do you call them? It's like a dresser or some shit. Pair Up in Awakening was totally broken. Yeah, it was. The professional writer they got to make the Fate story was like only doing right for bad psychic detective manga. Was that professional writer someone in Japan? Because, I mean, it's still just that same style of storytelling that they rinse and repeat over and over and over. Noticeably bad budgeting and franchise confusion lately. I can definitely agree with that. I mean, I love Nintendo as much as the next guy who started playing games with, you know, Mario Brothers and Duck Hunt. But, man, they just gotta get it. They gotta globalize, I guess. They need to look at things on a more global level. And instead of taking a franchise and pooping all over it just to get that name brand out there, Metroid, stick to what freaking worked best and what the people bought. I don't understand what's so hard, what's so difficult to grasp about that concept. People liked Super Metroid. Metroid Fusion was a great little handheld type of Super Metroid. I hear the Metroid Prime games are good. I have the trilogy on the Wii, but I haven't played it because I'm still not over it being first-person shooter. Then Other M happened, and the world is... I don't even know if the world's divided on that one. But I haven't played it yet, so I can't really weigh in. But Samus was always really tough, and I hear it really makes her weak, and that's not cool. I just liked her being like tough bounty hunter, like in my comics in Nintendo Power. Does anybody have the old Metroid comics in Nintendo Power? Because I still do. That stuff was pretty cool. Alright, so that direction's done. Let's go this direction now. Got a lot of walls here. But we do have something to pull from, which makes it easier. So for a while, oh wait, I should not go off topic till I read some comments. Hang on. nice. Yeah, that is actually why I purchased the Metroid Prime trilogy, because I heard that it's still pretty much Metroid, and I just have to get comfortable with that and dive in. I'm not against it at all. I'm kind of pumped. Shit, my pants. Stop it with the floor grid. Oh man. Really? I'm such a sack of crap right now. What do I pay you for? B, there you are. Oh yeah, the off-topic thing. I was gonna somehow transition to a little while ago. I was reading quote unquote reviews for Dead or Alive Extreme 3, and I got the game from PlayAsia, and I really wanted to write a review on it as what I think a review should be, which is an objective analysis of game design and a subjective tone. Like, there's a lot of things you can evaluate as good or bad in game design. And the reviews that I had read at the time when I was thinking about doing this, they didn't focus on that at all. What do you think they focused on? That clickbait. Dat click. So I wanted to write a review actually diving into why it's not a really good game, but that, you know, if you're looking for a game that does this or that, it's, you know, it looks nice. It's very pretty. But I had a lot of problems with the actual game design. Look at all these wall tiles. And I'm not like bashing on that game because I think it's not a good game. I quite enjoyed it, and like I said, everybody has bad games that they like. I mention Unlimited Saga again because holy shit, you guys, that's a good game, but it's such a bad game. But it's so good, but it's so bad. Yeah. Most reviews I read today are just how that reviewer reacted to it. I bring up Tech Gaming again. I'm not like sponsored by them or anything, but I'm buddies with the guys that work there. I mean, not buddies. We get drinks at E3 or something. But Robert Allen's reviews always go into like the design elements of the game, and I always like reading his stuff. But yeah, a ton of mainstream sites. The reviews are just, I saw this, I felt this, this is what I think. I didn't like this. It was too hard. Like, those are all completely not review things to say. Those are opinion piece things to say. Reviewing it would be like, I had a steady frame rate running on PlayStation 4. They had this mechanic, which was supposed to tie into this, but it did it very poorly. Like, if a crafting system is not implemented well in an Atelier game, that's an important thing to bring up in a review, not, they look young. I don't like that. That has absolutely nothing to do with the game itself. You're not reviewing your thoughts. I'm babbling. I don't give a shit. The more first-person pronouns you see in a review, the more skeptical you should be, basically, because they're coloring it completely through their eyes. If you're looking just for a review of a game, like, is it good? Then that's not where you're going to get it, unless the guy has very, very similar tastes to you, which is something you can only develop as a reviewer over time. And, everyone starts somewhere. So what about the people who are just trying to start? Oh, by the way, they're not the ones just trying to start. They rarely get review codes because developers say, oh, they're just starting. But everyone starts. So it's stupid to play favorites. You never know who's going to take off. Legend of Legacy. Yeah, DOA X3, it still is very much like volleyball is your only real way to make money. Like, you can do other stuff, but you're not getting hardly enough to, progress and purchase things and whatnot. Volleyball is where you're going to spend a lot of your time. And I didn't play the other ones, but I can say that the volleyball mechanics in this one are not simple, but it's kind of hard for me to mess up. There are times where I wouldn't press anything and I would still win, and other times where I wouldn't press anything and my characters wouldn't move. I don't know. I don't know where this AI starts and where my input begins. So that it was kind of muddy in its execution with that. I'll try to take sets of 4 here. Just cut off the one I don't want. There you are. Alright, so now we've got all four sides of the storefront filled in. Now it's just a matter of getting the little posts on the end pieces where I can. Fortunately, I've made all four of them, so I should be able to just dupe and move. With the one exception being this corner piece here. Gotta make those still. You and you, please. I'm sorry if I come across as jaded or kind of slamming things that I should, by all intents and purposes, I should love. I really think that when you truly love something, you can hate it and really be critical of it. And that's kind of where I'm at with video games and anime. I'm extremely critical of them because I really, really love them, and I want them to just never be satisfied with just being okay or cookie cutter. I want them to always try to be something a little more, bring something new, something interesting to the table. But will they? I don't know. Alright, now I gotta figure out how to do something here. Put this in a corner. I want it to be spun around long ways. Like so, which means it has to be at negative 90. Yeah. That way it can go in this corner, kind of stick out. I can cover both ends. Yeah. And it does frustrate me sometimes when I really want to see these things or do these things, and I try to make it happen, like with this game, but other games just look so good, like so beautiful, and I want to make something really beautiful, but I can't do it yet. I've got to bite my tongue and make the best of what I have, what I can afford. And, I mean, when you start from nothing, you've really got to earn everything through your development record. So you have to create something before people are going to trust you. So that's kind of where I'm at. I feel like I just need to be... I need to put something out and then I think everything will be a little nicer for me, or for the company, for the studio, for everyone. I don't like how much that one's sticking out, but it's Probably sticking out the same as that. 025, 105, 05, 025. Yeah. Well, it is what it is, I guess. So I've been rambling for a little while. I need to read some comments here. Hybrid VN dating sim game. I think way too many focus on getting through the narrative based on your help with the arbitrary theme of that. They'll never be criticized ever being. I know, right? Oh yeah, I do like the art in the Dusk series better. I get where you're coming from. I was definitely like scratching my head with Toturi a little bit. I'm like, she's how old? She's wearing a see-through skirt? Come on, you guys. Like, values are different in the West. It's really tough it's a tough sell. And that isn't my judgment on it. That's, the culture, the society. We have an extremely prudish culture in the US. Prudish about sexuality, but super free-form on violence. And, if you look at American history a little bit, it's obvious that, hey, it's the Quakers. Thanks, Quakers, for your incredibly prudish stance on sexuality, and then not being afraid to freaking shed blood over nothing. I digress. I am not a history buff, but, I do recall these conversations I've had in the past. Let's see that. Nothing. Showing B and C. I don't think I need that. I like this one, I think. That's cool. Is that 180? Do you remember Mimi? Of course I remember Mimi. My God. What really gets me is, like, there's stuff on TV that I think is way worse. Like, on American television, just in general. There's stuff that's way worse. But when it's a game and they're cartoon characters, all of a sudden it's like this, holy shit, Armageddon. Why aren't you guys watching more Temptation Island? Come on, the like 40th season of The Bachelorette is on. That's all totally cool. Toddlers and tiaras, let's not even go there. My sweet 16, 16 and pregnant, teen mom. All this stuff centered around teens. Teens, sexy teens. Girls Gone Wild, teen, college. But it's a game and it's cartoon characters. Oh, we can't do that. Bullshit. It's all bullshit. It's not like people have to like resort to just watching the Scrambled Spice channel anymore. When you're a kid, I guess. There's plenty of ways to explore your newfound carnal desires. Sexualized teen characters in anime cartoons way more noticeable than the ways we sexualize teens in like every part of our media ever. I know, right? Like when I was growing up, I think I was born a year before or a year after the Olsen twins, and what was everybody talking about as soon as they turned 18, you know? Like, oh, they're gonna be a Playboy? Oh yeah, they're 18 now. Like, there was some magical transformation that happened the night before and the night after. Like, oh, no, that's gross, that's illegal, and yeah, put him in Playboy. It's such a fucked up society. Same thing with, like, you know, Miley Cyrus, Hilary Duff, all these starlets who started at, like, 15 or 16, they turn 18 and either, you know, they go that sexy route like what Lindsay Lohan tried to do, or they just, I don't know, they just fade away. Or they get really, really weird. Really weird. And do weird, weird shit that makes you uncomfortable. I'm going to have to figure out what to do with this storefront later, because there's not a lot of stuff in it. And it's actually designed that way. I mean, it's supposed to be like a room, a room and a room and a room, like, you know, dungeon crawlers. At first, this is a random tangent. At first, I was really dedicated to getting, like, architectural elements or, like, engineering correct in terms of, like, oh, stores usually have this and this, so this needs to look like this and have this many things in this space. But then I remembered, it's a dungeon crawler. You're gonna have to figure out your ways to get through things, and I like to actually uncover every step of the map just because I'm a completionist like that. So as long as you get the feel of like it is a store versus it is outside of the store, I think that's the main point that should be conveyed, and I think we're doing that successfully. I can put like a couple shelves against the wall there, one there, and that'll be all I really need to do with that. I could take some of these walls, like these two, and turn them into more hangers. But, yeah, that's tweaky stuff. But hey, let's see if all of the walls and collision works. And then we'll go back to another event scene creation. As this loads up, I'll read some comments over here. Whoa. Tokyo Mirage Sessions. What did Nintendo do for Tokyo Mirage Sessions? A grid-based dungeon crawl around that stuff. Oh, Evil Feek. I think that was also a huge contention in the most recent Fatal Frame. Like she had some like super cute, sexy idol bikini in the Japanese version because she's an idol, and all that she knows is people like looking at her body, and it was part of the narrative. It was driving the narrative forward, and they like changed her outfit in the U.S. or put her in normal clothes, or I'm not actually sure. But I remember reading that and being pissed because Fatal Frame is all about minimal storytelling with maximum effect, and they do it visually. And when you alter those visuals, it loses that impact, and that gets to me. So if it's just like sexy imagery for the sake of sexy imagery, yeah, okay, I can see, like, if it doesn't matter, I'm not gonna raise a stink. But it mattered, and that makes me sad. All the white lines on the map that indicate walls, those are actually measuring the collision prefabs. So as long as I see those, I know the collision's in effect. Yeah, they're pretty empty in here. I'll put some stuff on the walls. Whoops. Okay, cool. Save that scene. Diegetic, ooh. It's so true about the idol culture in Japan. It's like, if you're starting at 14, you're getting a late start in the Japanese idol circuit or some shit. It's pretty wild. And I feel so bad for those girls. I mean, they're doing what they love, I assume, and they're popular and they're making money, and that's all wonderful. But to know that that's the driving factor behind your success is like that young sex appeal. I don't know. It's difficult, and I think most of the idol managers are kind of, kind of shady. But then again, I've never actually met one. I've met them through the Yakuza games. Yakuza. Better be making those gravier calendars before you get into high school. This is pretty episode now. This Atlas games, but yeah, Rise was pretty well done. I like Rise. Anyway, back to your taxes. Alright, so let's see what our options are for an event scene. I pretend like there's actually limited options. Okay. No, that's not the one I wanted. That's the one I wanted. Alright. So we've got a scene with Kyrie and Jordan. I did part of this scene a long time ago, so I'm just going to skip it. Pearl and Kyrie. Summer. Yep, Summer and Cece. Or we can hang out with Buck. Any takers? Any takers for any of these? I shall anxiously await your response with the lag as I go to the bathroom. Alright, okay. Is there ever going to be a portrait reveal for the protagonist? No! The protagonist is forever secret. You'll see, like, hands and arms and some of the ending images, but that's about it. I wanted to intentionally not have a design for him so that it can be whatever you want. Although I do have a design for him. Not a visual design, just a design concept. Buck? 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 Really? Really? Okay, I like Buck. He's pretty damn funny. It'll be a pretty good, straightforward scene to work on. Hanging with Buck, we'll call it. Scene name, Hanging with Buck. Lube, line speaker. I wrote lube instead of line. That's funny. They're so close together. Nothing more lewd than floating hands. So lewd. By the way, it's 6 o'clock for me. I think that means it's time for a little papa. It's such nasty food. It's that time, you guys. that over here on my other screen so I can still see it. Those aren't close together at all. I don't know what you mean. I want pizza. What kind of pizza should I get? Deliver to my address, which is not really any big secret. It's public record. You can find my address, so I don't really give a shit if you see it. Just please don't swat me. I've got too much stuff. I don't need tear gas on it. What kind of specials we got, Papa? Papa specials. Both of those sound really gross. Grandpapa. Seahawks combo. Sorry guys, I don't care. Pepperoni rolls. Oh, well, they're new. I have to try those. You can usually find some cheapo codes just randomly. Haha! It worked! 25% off, boys. That's how you do it. Just guess. No pineapple on pizza. Almost too divisive. I'm barbecue chicken. It's 3 a.m. You're getting hungry. Hey, you know, you can go eat at 3 a.m. It doesn't matter. It all goes in your stomach at some point anyway. Time is just a human construct. There's no such thing. Oh, son of a bitch. Well, how much is it if it's not $5? Whatever. I am so pro pineapple on pizza. Alright. Oh my god, do they put French fries on that? That looks like it has French fries on it right there. What the hell is that? I guess that's the chicken. Looks like French fries to me, like the little crinkly fries. Why aren't there French fries on pizza? Make it happen, Papa. Come on, Papa. Shit. Getting pizza bites on delivery. Oh boy. Oh, this is tough, man. I like lament over these things for hours. Like, I just want a pizza, but I don't want like a bunch of crap on it, but I want crap on it. I'll just make my own. Just make your own. It's just me. I'll do medium. Original. Normal. Who the hell gets square cut circular pizza? I mean, who wants that slice when you could have that slice or that slice? Like, it's pretty much 4 giant slices if you ask me. Stupid. Crisp that shit up. Oh man, look at these crazy graphics. Oh, look at that. Oh, there's that one. Yeah, put ranch on your pizza. It's freaking savage. Normal. I like how they have an extra sauce, but they don't have extra cheese. That costs extra, but the sauce is free. Poutine. White sauce poutine themed pizza. Man, Canada is a place that I would move to if I were able to move to some place far away, farther away, I guess. Where's that pineapple? We'll put pineapple on there. What the hell goes with pineapple, though? When you put pineapple on there, it really limits what other things you get on it. So you're like, oh, pineapple, well, obviously ham. But I don't want ham. I can't do it, man. There's nothing I can do with pineapple other than pineapple and ham. If their bacon was like really crispy, I'd go for that, but I know it's not. So I'll stick with... I call sausage on pizza. I call that deer shit, because it looks like little deer pellets. Get some deer shit on there. Ooh, premium topping. Oh, wow. Well, I want to gut rot a little bit, so put some jalapenos on there. Yeah, I said jalapenos. What are you gonna do? Are you gonna fight about it? I don't want more cheese, I don't think. So we got a meat, a veggie. What else can I put on there? It's a vegetable. Vegetables are good, right? This onion. That's kind of looking like a pizza. It's pizza-like. Onion, pepper, mushroom. Okay, onion, pepper, mushroom, sausage. And hey, jalapeno's a pepper, so that's still a pepper. That's the pepper we're gonna pep. Pep that pepper. Oh boy. Why, I don't... I gotta get a sody pop. I don't have any more sody pop. No Pepsi Max though. That's okay. I'll just get a Pepsi. Oh my god. Oh my god, do you see that? $2 for 20 ounce? Holy shit. Alright, I'm pulling this down now because I think I have to put some card info in. Do I have the cash for this? right. Don't got cash and tip though. Freaking tips. So you guys that aren't from the US, how do you feel about tips and tipping and the whole concept of gratuity when you have food in the US? Or are you familiar with the whole tipping and gratuity system that we have here? Which is such horse shit. Just pay your damn workers minimum wage. Stop making us, the customers, pay their wages. You pay them. Ugh. I say this because I've worked in all of these different industries, and it sucks. It's like, there's already a delivery fee, but they say on here, the delivery fee is not a tip, but yeah, it kind of is. They're not going to spend that much on fuel to drive 3/4 of a mile. Yay! Yay, pizza! Favorite this order, do all this shit, sign up for this, apply to that. God, somebody kill me. Pizza Connection. Pizza Empire. Nice. Probably called Pizza Tycoon over here. The odds are. The days of like Ant Sim and Plane Sim are long gone. It's true. I mean, I was really into SimCity 2000 way back when that was a thing. Tips are used to cheat the minimum wage in the US. Kind of. Like, the way that it works from how I remember is that if you're a waiter or a waitress, you can be making like $2.30 an hour. Minimum wage at the time, I think, was $7.50 or something. This was before all these like minimum wage hikes. This is like crap time. So you're making like $2, and everything else depends on the tips. And like the managers say like, oh well, when you add in the tips, they're making more than minimum wage. But that also depends on how many tables you service, how busy the restaurant is. Do you keep your tips, or does it go into a big pool and then it's distributed at the end of the night? It's all really just like, it's dumb. I don't agree with it. They should be paid properly, and tips shouldn't have to be a thing. $2.13 nationally. Oh boy. Yeah. It's such garbage, man. Okay, so our first line speaker is nobody. And then we get all these. The scenes with Buck, there aren't really options, like choice options. It's usually Buck just regaling you with some really terrible story that's probably racist, probably sexist, probably misogynist, probably all of these terrible things. But that's Buck. There are people like that. And I'm not going to shy away from a personality type just because it's not popular. He is who he is. And that is how the world works. There are people that you're not going to like. There are people that will offend you. Doesn't matter. What matters is if you try to prevent them from existing. Then you're part of the problem. Yay, problem. No. A vision quest for their noses. Thanks for the story. It was compelling and rich. That's how you know it's going to be a really terrible story. All right. Take that, carbon footprints. In this case, carbon footprints. That's still Reggie, it's still Bob Reggie. Alright. Did not screw the code up that time. Good. Doesn't give you that cha-ching ad money. Yep. I can't say anything because, you know, I've got a Kickstarter going, but I'm definitely not jaded, but I'm starting to see things from a different perspective, just in terms of, how do I put it? I guess it's just networking, but it's not networking. It's something else. It's something that I don't like. How the hell do I put it? It's like success doesn't come to you because of what you're trying to achieve, or because of the amount of effort, or your sob story, or how promising something looks. It's like, who's in your pocket? Who have you played golf with? Did you used to work at a big company, and now all of a sudden that big company has your back? And if you don't work at that big company and they give you absolutely nothing because they don't want to seem like they play favorites, but then they play favorites by giving like the same indie developer stage time at a keynote for like 2 years in a row, which I guess is because they have a financial interest in it. But why that one? Oh, it's because this person used to work with this person, and now that person's the manager of this. Oh! So there's a whole lot of that, a whole lot of just insular networking. So that's why I have decided, like, I'm not gonna be that type of person. I'm just gonna make what I want to make. I'm gonna stay true to the things I'm trying to do. And it's gonna come out. That's tough shit to people who don't want it to come out. It's gonna come out. It's gonna happen. I just have to do it the old American way, where I have to just start with nothing and turn it into something. And then after that, all of a sudden, there will be other companies, other places, other people that take interest. All of a sudden, like I just fell out of the sky. Before that, they'll just delete the emails. Journalists, press people, YouTubers, other developers, publishers, just delete them right now. But once we do all the hard work, then it's risk-free enough for them to pretend like you exist. I know it sounds really like bitter. It's not bitter. I'm not bitter. This is all like things that I've experienced. This is all truth. This is why it's hard to be a game developer with no high up connections in the industry, I guess. I know some really great and talented journalists. I know some really fun developers. But if you don't know the right ones, that's apparently all that matters. If you know the right ones, not the ones that you can align yourself with, that you believe in, they believe in you, everyone's excited about one another's projects. It's not that one person, you're screwed. It's really tough. It's an uphill climb through and through. Let me see if there's any shakes I need to put in here. Shake, shake. Your faces. Oh my god. It's so awful. I could have more impact with a little shake. Yeah, that's why I like Siliconera so much. I've gone there for so many years. Before I ever moved out to California to work at NIS, I was still commenting on Siliconera. I think I was even commenting on Siliconera when I was still working at Joystick, which I probably shouldn't have been doing, but nobody knew that it was me at the time. Just some schmuck. But Siliconera is really good about not just giving us coverage, but giving little games coverage, and that's so important when I think you're I think when you're a journalist and a reporter, you you're a games journalist. So if there's a game, you should probably cover it. You shouldn't pick and choose. That's not your job. Your job is to report on a game that exists, and a game exists, so report on it. If you specifically cover this type of game, like, oh, I just do Xbox, then you have somebody that would do, you should have a group or a person that does Kickstarter projects. You should have a group or a person that does indie games, which may or may not have been crowdfunded. If they were crowdfunded successfully, the writer moves from the Kickstarter focus over to that indie game focus, because now it is an indie game and not a Kickstarter or crowdfund game. Like, the infrastructure is all there, but what you have are these people who, a lot of them live in lofts in San Francisco because that's where everybody apparently goes, and I don't understand it. I mean, it's a nice place, but holy shit, is it expensive. What's my point? I lost track of my point. A lot of them live out there, and so they all talk to each other, which is fine. That's what you do when you all work in the same industry. You talk to each other, and you get like this sort of hive mind where everybody kind of wants to focus on promoting the same things because they're all there and they're all hyping each other up, and then that all of a sudden becomes important to cover. I don't know. I think you should cover all of the games. All of the games. There's not too many that there's too many to cover. You just have to spread out and specialize in what you cover. But again, I'm a bit of an idealist, so I know none of this shit will ever happen, but I think it's feasible. No, not a tilde. That's not a punctuation in English. If I see that in a game, I flip a shit. Ornery. He says ornery. This guy does. Wow, 5 lines? That ain't gonna work. Working 4 lines, 5 lines. There's a lot of really long lines here. I'll play with that later. That's a real pain in the butt. I'm not gonna bother with it now. Alright, now then, there's the name, and there's the speaks. Ugh. Buck H. Buck. People don't talk about playing the game. I think that's what's really interesting in a lot of reviews. I'm mumbling to myself. People don't talk about playing the game. No, the game itself is often unimportant to a lot of these things, which is really sad. Like, I'm gonna say something that I don't know if it's gonna be unpopular. I probably shouldn't say it anyway, but I want to because I think it's really, really interesting, and I want to be wrong so bad. But I've seen No Man's Sky for so many years now. And every time I see it, I'm like, why is this getting such a huge, like, front and center stage promotion? It's random generation on a very large scale, but I'm not seeing any convincing play mechanics. Like, there's some basic shooting, which you can implement in Unity in about 10 seconds, and the promise of currency and trading. Either way, like, I don't know why that one is such a big deal. It randomly generates a world when you quote-unquote find it, which is, it just generates a world based on where you point or something. And it'll have different colors or different base enemies, or even, are they even enemies? They're just animals roaming around. I don't know. If it was more of like a space opera, where there was like airship battles, and, you know, you could take over the worlds. I don't know. I just don't see why that one is getting so much attention. I'm reading your comments, sorry. They're really interesting. Media cultures around cities are awful. Everyone kind of sniffs their own creative farts and puts up with people being terrible to them for the sake of the community coverage safety net. That's 100% true. I believe that with all of my heart, that if you're in those cultures or those communities, it's exactly like that. But then you find people that run sites remotely, like there's this one really awesome guy. Just to be nice, I won't mention anyone by name, because I don't know if they would want me to mention them by name. But he runs a really great website, and he lives out in Texas. So he's got nothing to do with all those little like social cliques and communities out there on the West Coast. And it comes across in the stories that he writes or the reviews that he writes. It all feels like it's coming from, him. It's his, or hers, his, who gives a shit. It's him. It's a him. It comes out as like his ideas or thoughts on it, and not like this collective that are all going to grade things right around the same numbers and say all of the same things. Which, by the way, while I'm on that, if you guys all received the press releases of niche games and compared those to the reviews that are written on them, you'll see that a lot of times they take the 5 or 6 bullet points that we would list out as features on the press release, like game features, and they would take those bullet points and turn them into a paragraph, sprinkling a little bit of their thoughts or something, but then that's the review. You can write that review without ever playing the game, because you're just taking the bullet points from a press release and transforming it into a 5 or 6 paragraph essay. I'm just going to leave it at that, because I don't know if anybody actually does that, but it's pretty alarming when you actually compare the two. Hey, my pizza's here. Oh boy, oh boy. Pizza time, cowabunga! And soda pop. Oh, smell those jalapenos. Sorry, jalapeno. No game. I should really play Stardew Valley, huh? You guys are great. I'm just ranting and raving about this and that. So I'm just gonna put this up here. I'm gonna take a minute here and consume a bit of pizza. So I'm going to presumably mute my microphone. Okay, can you guys hear me again? See, perfect. I don't know if this is going to be like ruffling my own feathers or anything, but I really like talking about all these different sides of the industry because I'm one of the few people in my world of people I know who's been on every conceivable side of the industry. I've been the journalist. I've been on the business side of a publisher. I've dealt with marketing, publishing. I'm now a developer creating as a little developer that's not already in an established, niche. I've gone through like every side of the industry, and I see all these things that cross over that you wouldn't see if you're just in one or another. And I just really love talking about it. And so I feel like I've got a pretty unique perspective on the whole thing because I've been on every side of the equation. It's a lot of fun. I enjoy talking about it. So I'm a bit of an idealist, so a lot of the things I talk about are just never going to happen. But I just like chatting about them. That's such a terrible saying. Ah! I made a joke. An original damn joke. Ain't life unless your wings are free to spread and fly the skies. Normally that would be inspiring, but for some reason it sounds like an inability to commit. Oh, I know. Flighty. It sounds flighty. Hey, what would that be? Would that be a pun? I don't even know. I don't care. I just know that it's something that I didn't take from something else. The minority character. Oh god, I'm burping. Ugh. Most of them movies with them groups of survivors end the same way. The minority character usually dies first, for instance. Oh, Buck. Oh, Buck. Bet you would. Cries about it. That's right, I remember that. Oh boy. Man. Poor old Darwin, huh? So many zombie movies go that route until it became like a cliche that filmmakers were aware of. Like it was pointed out in a parody or a spoof or something. Like, oh, now we can't do that. So it's not quite as true anymore, but my god, was it true like all the time in the probably like the 80s and 90s. Yeah, be self-aware not to do that, but sometimes they don't, and it's getting less common. But God, when they do it, it's just hilarious because you know they're just like, oh, that's just what you do. I don't know why they're like semi-Italian in that example, but you know. Black Cabin. Who will die first? No, I don't want to sound insensitive with my response to that, but was the joke that everybody in the cabin was black? So it's like, well, who dies first now? Is that am I understanding this correct? Pose there. You can stay happy there. Don't harp on the harpist before he plucks his notes, kid. Who says that? I guess Buck. Yeah. I swear it was real. It might have been one of those, like, joke movie posters, maybe. In which case, I would totally buy that. Just because it's one of those things you put on the wall and it's like, oh, is that a movie poster? Yeah, why don't you take a close look. Yes, Buck is really into southern wisdoms that sound wise, but aren't. He's... Yeah, it's like... I wanted him to kind of be like Daryl from The Walking Dead, but like a bad Daryl. Like a crap Daryl. So in The Walking Dead, when Daryl says something southern, it's like cool. He's like, oh, it's about 5 clicks the way the crow flies. You're like, oh, okay. But then you say shit like, don't harp on the harpist before he plucks his notes. It's like, that doesn't sound legitimate at all. That just sounds like garbage. Hot garbage, and that's Buck. Neutral? That's funny. See, now I'm trying to find this stupid cabin poster. Dang it. I'm getting all these, like, super ridiculous images. Somehow there's still a Hellsing fan art that pops up when I Google search for Black Cabin Who Will Die First. And there's a Hellsing fan art. Google Call of Duty Black... No, I don't care about Call of Duty Black Ops. Although when I do get images like this that pop up, I just have to laugh a little bit. That's super silly. That's hilarious. I love that. Look at his hair. It's like little cat ears or something. I love it. Cabin in the Sky, apparently that's from. So anybody who's trying to say anything, or, you know, if you're Hollywood, hello Hollywood. This is from Cabin in the Sky. Charles Theatre Workers Union Revival Cabin in the Sky. Alright. Live action Dr. Mime. I don't know. It's this guy from Cabin in the Sky. Station's hold up is near some railroad tracks. You guys get freight, not the kind of ride on for fun. Ride on for fun. Ride on for fun. That's most of them. I want to know more because it weren't a passenger train. Oh, grammars. Using bad grammar to add characterization. Hello, Chronocross. That's an example of something that did it in a way I didn't like. Don't cha know. Leg wrestling. This is all just going to be a bunch of different bucket motions throughout this whole scene. Emotive teen grammar. Interesting. There was some book expressing disbelief. Are you serious? Are you actually? Yeah, see, I actually like the impact that putting a period on the end of a question like that does. I think when you type something like this, that has a completely different meaning than typing this. Like, that period itself changes the word before it. I think that's what's so interesting about writing and about the flexibility of grammar in general. And I've worked with people that, you know, I like them as people, they're nice people, but when it came to like writing and grammar and this sort of stuff, none of this made sense. They were like, but it's a question, it has to have a question mark. It's different. I know that it needs a question mark, grammatically speaking, but to drive a narrative and to give a line personality and character, sometimes you have to Just ignore it. Ignore freaking grammar. I hate it. I love it and I hate it. Love a lot of things, don't I? Well, after telling Tumbleweed my story, he and Shrew Teats told me their train car spoken for, but they had separated from the rest of an abandoned train a mile or so further along the tracks. That's just neutral. Thank him, was on my way. He says something insightful, so he's happy. Wow! Correct him the country way. Oh man. You beat up an old homeless man on a train? So, not entirely there. I'm really digging this English conversation. Maybe it's my penchant to write things, but it makes me remember something else that I wanted to do someday. And can I just like show that image while I rant and rave again? So, like, there are all these different style guides for grammar and how to approach grammar. There are how-to books on writing narrative, writing books, writing poetry, formal writing, tech writing, but there is no handbook, there is no guidebook for video games. The closest you can possibly get right now is screenplays, because that deals with dialogue over, description. But there's no handbook on how to approach language in not just a localization setting, but just when you're writing for a game in general. I've been playing Alienation a lot recently, and it's a very, very fun game. But their writing comes off as super duper stilted, and I don't know if it's just because it's maybe it's European English or something, and I just don't follow the same style guides or whatever. But when several characters open their lines with the word worryingly, I get worried that this sucks. That nobody says, like, nobody opens a sentence with worryingly in the real world. You just don't. It's, to me, that's like not even really a word. It's a word that you can use, but it means nothing. You don't do something worryingly, and you don't open a sentence with worryingly. But they do it multiple times, and it just takes me right out of the game, because I'm like, what the hell does that mean? Why can't you say, I'm concerned about this, or this worries me? But you say worryingly. That's not dialogue, and that's why I think someone needs to create like a handbook, a guidebook, a style guide for game writing. It doesn't exist. And it's something I want to do, but, I don't know. A lot of people don't like my style, and a lot of people do like my style. But I wouldn't be going into that sort of stuff. Just things like we're talking about, question marks or periods to change the impact of a single word. But, I don't know. I don't know if that means anything to anyone, but it's, yeah. It's something that's interesting. Worryingly, you might be right. Yes, that's exactly how they do it too. And like, that bugs me. I don't know why that bugs me, probably because it's my trade, I deal in writing. But when I see that in a game that I really, really enjoy, but should have had the budget into making sure that the dialogue wasn't schlock. I have no connection to any of the characters in that game. I have no connection to the events that are transpiring. All I know is I just follow the map to the next objective, and they say some shit for a couple lines. I don't know. I think you shouldn't completely ignore narrative, even if you're just making an action-heavy arcade game. It's that you can still do it. And when you have such a beautiful game with who knows how much money behind it from Sony and from Housemarque. God, Housemarque, you guys are talented. By the way, did I mention they're very talented? I like Housemarque. But you should still be able to do that. Come on. Yeah, it's all about reading it out loud. And I think, I don't know if it's, again, me ruffling feathers, but it's something that comes naturally to me to write something as you would naturally speak it. So a lot of times I have commas that grammatically the commas shouldn't be there, or they should be there, but when you read the line out loud and you don't pause, or you do pause at where the commas are inserted, it completely changes how you read the line. And when there's not a vocal track backing every single line of dialogue, you need to do that, because that's the only way you're going to get those emotions out when there's no audible cue. And that's how I approach writing for games. I try to keep it as colloquial and conversational and flowing the way that it would flow out of your mouth as possible. Grammar has little place in dialogue, because if you want to have fun, turn on like a reality show on Netflix and put on closed captioning. The number of sentences people speak that are proper and grammatically correct sentences, you can count on one hand in an entire 40-minute show. It's ridiculous, and that's why when you write dialogue, I don't think the rules of grammar should apply pretty much at all. You should have full creative license to do whatever the hell you want with your dialogue, not with someone else's dialogue. That's a localization thing. That's completely different. And yeah, there's always time for an environment rant. I can get back on that bus in a minute here. Actually, isn't going to try that. That's gross. Threw him off the train. He threw the homeless guy off the moving train. That's Buck. Watch RuPaul's Drag Race with closed captioning. Is that because the language is so poor, or because they did an incredible job with the closed captioning? Which often is not the case, by the way. Closed captioning is one of the most inaccurate things I've ever read while listening to a show. Sometimes the lines are completely different, and that offends me. Not offends me, but it riles me up in that, the people who can't hear are actually experiencing something different because you didn't do a quality check on your closed captioning. It's super, super teeny tiny nonsense bullshit, but that's the sort of attention to detail that should be paid attention to. And nobody does, because who's gonna tell them otherwise? The person who, like me, who watches and can hear and reads the closed captioning? It's the only people that would ever notice, but it doesn't mean you can just skirt around it and do whatever. Actually, I don't need any changes in motion there at all. And so this Buck story turns into Uncharted 2. He stole a train from some dude, and then he was all of a sudden riding the train up a snowy mountain pass, and nobody told him the bridge was out. So of course, the train fell over, and then Buck had to climb up the inside of the train on some, I shimmied across some bright yellow pipes and ladders and managed to get myself onto the tracks. Because, in Uncharted, all of those things are brightly colored just for you. Speaking in tongues. That character savings, though. Yep. I guess not a lot of NIS anime sold particularly well, which is why I guess they are no longer going to be doing any anime. But the times that I worked on those shows were probably some of the most fun in terms of sticking to the original dialogue, but playing around with the grammar and the punctuation so that you would get the right feeling from the Japanese, even if if you're deaf, or if you just want to compare. Which patch of moss is the right one? Yes, you can definitely tell when they stick very close to what's said in Japanese, because you get what I call the common Japanese phrase syndrome. So you'll get your "it can't be helped." You'll get your "pardon the intrusion." You'll get your I'm inexperienced, but I hope you'll bear with me," or whatever other bullshit common phrase will come up with the yoroshiku. Weird verb. Oh, okay. To transcribe the script as is, I feel some sarcasm. It may be on my part. That is your job until a direct transcription loses the emotional impact or the characterization of that character, because it's a sloppy, lazy, basic edit. Then you're doing a disservice to the people that speak English and know English as their primary language. Sorry, sometimes I don't understand the context of some of the comments, and I just interpret as I will. You can still leave it neutral there. Inching its way down to the mountain pass, and then Reggie says, "Sounds pretty blockbuster." Freaking Uncharted is a summer blockbuster movie game. I love them though. Man, I love them. Whether it's a beast or a snake. Yeah. Oh yeah. That makes me want to like. So there's this one translator that I worked with at NIS America for a couple years, and he was like the coolest guy ever. Like he was right out of the Yakuza games. Like he was such a badass, but it was like awkward badass. So like he would bring in nunchucks to work and like be practicing and flinging them around, but he'd like be whacking himself in the face, but still being really cool about it. It's like, oh, he's cool. And that sort of passion, that sort of like tough guy, badass persona came through in his translations. And some of them are just so unintentionally funny. I think a lot of the dialogue in Clan of Champions I kind of left more or less alone. I cleaned it up a little, but I wanted that like cheesy, like gung-ho manliness to come through, and nobody really played the game, which I expected. And I don't know if a lot of people noticed it. Maybe, I think like one reviewer got it, and they were like, "There's something intentionally like cheesy and in your face about this dialogue." Like someone gets hit in the face, and he says, "Oh, my helmet fell." Like, yeah, of course your damn helmet fell, but you know, that's what he says. So that's what he says. Nah, and that guy didn't inspire Buck. He would be more of a like a biker gang type character. He'd be more of a Persona 4 kanji without the undertones, I guess, because he was just a regular straight dude, and I think kanji's not. I don't know what the final consensus was on that. I don't know if that's something else they sort of danced around between localizations from Japanese to English, but I know it was just kind of muddy in the English Persona 4. Sue, sir. That's right. Nope, dang it. I didn't know that about Yosuke. It kind of makes sense given the level 9 and 10 social links between him and the main character. That's usually something you see in a little bit of boy love. Pedantically surface level. I love it. Kanji's one of the guys, I never actually got real high with social links with him. I would always forget about him because he's way off in that one classroom that you never frickin' go to. He just fell by the wayside for me every time. Now it's time to see if this all worked. Yep, we did that whole scene already. Pretty awesome. This is looking, yeah, it looks good. No little red warning lights. Hanging with Buck. Alright, let's try it out. Oh, I needed to bring in a background, though. Let's see, what's the background we'll use? Backgrounds. 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 Since it's just Buck on the one side, don't want that to be in the center, that'll be too busy. Roadblock 2 is what we'll use. Let me just make sure I know what the freaking code is. Name equals, and it's not part of the any line call. Roadblock 2. Okay. Now we'll do hanging with Buck. In case else, I'm sure level up his social link out of solidarity. Nice. Yeah, man, do what you gotta do. That's pretty awesome. That's like, I mean, that's the exact same as somebody who like goes after a waifu, you know? To me, it's like, yeah, you're gonna level that person up first because that is where your interests lie. Like, I think my first time through, I leveled up Rise right away because I like that color of hair. There's Buck! In other words, you wing it. Yep. I split an infinitive. Oh no. Twas hubris that killed the beast. So so many of the people who want literal translations would probably find their enjoyment of the media they consume diminished by some of the idiosyncrasies of the language culture that don't come across. Yes, you can try to explain that to those people till they're blue in the face, until you're, I don't know, dead because you took all the air and then they can't breathe, however that would work. But yeah, it doesn't matter to them. That is what they would want. They would want to not understand it. I think that's, how do I put this? I think a lot of people who also like subtitles over dubs, while I completely understand, because there's just something intrinsically difficult about dubbing something that already has the lip flaps timed for you. So the types of words and the time you have to say them are very, very limited. So just by its nature, dubs are, it's difficult. But a lot of the times I like listening to the Japanese because it's not a language I understand. And it's just sort of like, it gives me a more base level tone for the character. Like, oh, she's got a cute squeaky voice. So when I read her dialogue, I'm going to read it in that mindset of somebody that's being like cutesy and squeaky. And that's like the extent of it, because I don't know, I can't tell all the voices apart, and I know a lot of people can, and I'm not special or different, and neither are they. Everybody is everybody. But I feel like sometimes they just think it's better because they can't hear the bad delivery on some of the lines because it's not their native language. Because some of them are really bad voice actors in Japanese. I still think that several of the voices in Guided Fate Paradox in Japanese are just awful. Like, they're not even acting. They're just like, they're reading the script. Yeah, ADR scripters are incredibly unappreciated, or underappreciated, or whatever. Already bucking that trend. It is so hammy and theatrical, that's so true. And, like, I really like noticing things that for some reason have become commonplace in anime. Like when somebody yells for like the final line of an episode, it can be a comedic like, "What are you talking about?" or "I don't get it," or they could just be screaming someone's name. But they always toss the camera up to the sky when they're in the middle of that yell. And that cracks me up. It cracks me up every time. So it's like, why? Why are you panning it up to the sky? Everyone does this. Are you paying homage to something that I don't care about? Why do you all do this? Enough. But it makes me laugh. I don't get like pissed off. It just makes me laugh. Like, God, of course you did that. This scene's looking good so far. So I took the train. Yeah, Nani? Clouds. Oh boy, that's hilarious. Yes, that different use of personal pronouns. Can I talk about that instead of the environment stuff now? Because I'm not actually going to wait for you to say yes or no. I'm just going to talk about it. So, in Japanese, that is a key component of that character's characterization. Like, that tells you a lot about the character. If you do a literal translation, we don't have that stuff, like, at all. We don't have the the honorifics, we don't have the personal pronoun differences, we don't have those things that you tack onto the end of the sentences, the desus and whatnot. I can't remember what the hell those are called. They have a name. But we don't have those in English, and those are key components of a character in Japanese. So if you do a literal translation, you're just dropping all of that. You're just getting rid of it. You're just erasing it. To me, that's doing a disservice to the localization and to the English audience. That's why you'll get a lot of quote-unquote liberal translations, because we have to do other things to make up for that, because we don't have an equivalent. Sometimes we go too far, sometimes we don't go far enough. It's not something that's, it's not a science. There's no absolute wrong and right. But that's what you have to do to bring those characterizations out in English, because we don't have that stuff. And it says a lot in Japanese, but then we have to use just different syntax, different word banks, I guess you could say, for different types of characters. Oh, this person is intelligent, so they won't use contractions. It's super obvious and simple, but even that is one way you can, add something. But I agree with you with stuff like Persona 4. It needs to be in there, because the game takes place in Japan. Leave it in there. That's where it makes sense. It's when I was working on Pandora Hearts, the anime, I was actually really impressed that even in Japanese, they gave enough of a shit to get rid of all that stuff in their Japanese, because the story is European, so they don't use honorifics. They speak more, I guess, European, but Japanese. And I thought that was cool, because they were doing what I think should be done, and they did it on their end, which was really cool. But yeah, anything that takes place in Japan should keep that stuff, because that's a way to bring out, the Japanese-ness of the location. But if a game is like in space, like Star Ocean, then no. It has no right being there, even in Japanese, but they'll put it there in Japanese, because, it's very rare for a Pandora Hearts situation. Oh, I don't know why his heart is going down like that. That's a weird bug. How far down is it going to go? Oh, it's going downtown. And it's gone. Alright. Unsafe scooters you see kids rolling around on. I don't know if that's supposed to be a Razor scooter or what. Spend my time to find. Mess it with my mojo. Sweet. Alright, that all worked very well. I love it when not when a plan comes together, when a scene comes together. It's gorgeous. This heart is looking for the D. Yeah, so I got off on that tangent there. I really, really, really love talking about localization, but it's such it's such a shitty topic right now that I don't want to bother, because it's just, I'm so over it, But, I really love it, but I'm so over it. But I think there are good ways and bad ways And some work out, some don't work out. But one thing's for sure, you can tell when they don't give a shit with their text. You can really tell. I mean, I think I read something somewhere that a company put out a game and they went on record saying like, oh, we didn't bother changing any of these references because we couldn't find any English equivalents. That to me just says like, you just didn't bother. You didn't bother. You just didn't bother. It's not that hard. You don't take the words of the reference and find an equivalent. You see what it is, and then you find the spiritual equivalent. Oh, they're referencing some old pop star in Japan. Okay, we'll reference an old pop star in English. It's the same thing to me. It just gives you the same connection to the reference that the Japanese native speaker would have. But I digress. It's not a topic I like getting into because I could just go on and on and on. And we've got, 15 minutes, and I want to end on a super bright, happy, fun note. Somehow, I don't know how. It's bright, happy, fun isn't always my thing. What's one of my favorite anime or game translations? So, hang on, more comments coming in here. I gotta read. Name, Citizen I. Yeah, and while we're on High School Host Club, there was another show that did the exact opposite to me. God, what was it called? It was Ghost something Ghost, and in the Japanese it was like kind of normal, but then in the dub they just went like super stupid silly, and it completely changed the tone of the show. And I don't think that's what you should do, because you changed the tone of the show. But, anyway. Ghost Stories. Yeah, that was it. Ghost something. I wanted to say Ghost Hunt, but I think Ghost Hunt was actually normal, or treated normal. They're definitely not Ghost Hound. My god, what a slow and depressing show that was. If you get licensed a bad show, I think it might be fair game. So, I urge you to go out and find a copy of NIS's release of Everyday Tales of a Cat God. That show was not good, but the translation was so easy to troll that we couldn't help ourselves. So we took a very, not meta approach, but we took the literal translation and sort of lampshaded it as what it was. Like, we're gonna go, at one point it's like, oh, I want to go cherry blossom viewing. And instead, it's, I hope we get to go and look at a tree. Like, it's the same thing, but one is obviously trolling. But they're not wrong, that's what they're going to go do. Cherry blossom viewing is going and staring at a tree. But it's that sort of shit that made that show really funny. And after working on it, I almost think that it was intentional. There's a whole sequence in, I think, the second episode where some girl is talking about this potted vase of her grandfather's. But even in the Japanese, she would just say, my grandfather's pot. So for like this huge conversation, she's talking about like, my grandfather's gonna be so bad that I lost his pot. my grandfather's pot is so magical. My grandfather's pot, his pot, I was like, there's no way you can't be doing what I think you're doing. So we did it, and I think that show ended up pretty entertaining in that regard. You look at it as sort of trolling on tropes and trolling on literal translations, and it's pretty damn funny. And that humor really, really comes out in the Japanese, I mean, in the OVA episode. Like, that is when I knew that we were right and they were just trolling everyone the whole time. Because he's talking about, like, I'm going to win because of the power of friendship. And it's just like, they know that they're just, like, totally bullshitting everyone. And that was a show I ended up really enjoying working on, even though objectively it's a pretty bad show. But anyway, let's get back to my favorite anime or game translations. I really like the Is Othenfelgana English script. I think it was one of the last ones. The girl at Exceed, what's her name? Jessica Chavez. I met her once or twice. She's really cool and insanely talented editor and localizer. But her work, I think she worked on that script. That was one of her last ones before she went freelance or moved to Australia or something. But that script was just so well done. Like, it was just well done. If you want to go further back when games were barely localized, when you would get like all your base, that sort of stuff, that was like the level of quality. The script in Lufia 2 Rise of the Sinistrals on Super Nintendo, for the time, like, that much care was not put into dialogue, and they did such a great job. I really, really loved that story. That was one of the first games that made me cry. And I don't give a shit about admitting that, because it's a damn moving story. Especially when you played that one first, and then you played Lufia 1, you're like, oh, well, of course. What you say? That approach is maybe more faithful than the actual writing. You're willing to strengthen the tone where before it was nondescript. That's assuming that we got that right, and that really comes down to, I guess, personal belief. And when I learned that the people involved in Everyday Tales of a Cat God were also behind Cromartie High, which is one of the funniest troll shows ever, in my opinion. And the dub on that show is fantastic. You could not get away with that dub today. So it's so good. It's so good. It's so bad. And once I learned that the Cat God people had worked on that show, I'm like, oh, well, of course they're being assholes. Of course they're trolling. But, I mean, short of sitting down with the director and writer, I can't know that for sure. But that was my best guess, and that was the translator's best guess. And we rolled with it, and NIS approved it, and that was that release, and it was definitely different. Memories of Salsetta was awkward as heck to read. Yeah, you could tell that she was gone. You could tell that Jess had passed it off to someone else. Like, I'm not harping on whoever did work on Salsetta or the newer ones or whatever. I'm sure that, you know, everyone who starts not good. Like, when I did my first game localization, it was not good. And if you can't admit to that, then you've got some pretty bad problems in the future. Your first few jobs are going to be pretty bad. So if they passed Is off from Jess to someone new, then yeah, of course those first ones are going to be pretty bad. Give them time. But yeah, you can tell that when something is passed from a veteran to someone new. You can always tell. And that's part of the reason why I think a lot of smaller companies like NIS, you don't feel that difference in quality that much, Because, you guys, there's like such a high turnover there. Between the time that I started and between the time that I left, it was at least 50% turnover. And since I've left, it's been like another 50%. That is a lot of inexperience constantly being cycled through. But once somebody does it for several years, they get pretty damn good. And you can tell when they work on something. And that's why even if the people who don't like my style, they don't like my style, that's fine. But they know when it's me. And to me, that says something. That says, like, oh, you can tell that it's this person writing it versus, you know, some new person or something. And, oh, Jess is still a contractor at Xe. I think she does freelance for them. And I read this one article on Kotaku while we're on Exceed and Jess and Trails. I read this one article about the difficulties that Carpe Fulgur, Andrew Dice, and Jess had with the script. And as I was reading through this, I was reading what the big problem was. There is an easy Excel script that could have fixed that entire debacle in a single day. But then you wouldn't get paid for those extra months of work. But it's just that sort of thing. Like, you can be an amazing, amazing, amazing editor localizer, but you also have to know how to use the tools you're given. There are a lot of formulas in Excel that could make our jobs a lot easier, and I started implementing some of them in my work toward the end, and I was able to do things so super fast. But I also couldn't keep those formulas in there because the Japanese developers wanted the scripts to look, you know, the exact same as when they sent them, so you couldn't have any extra columns or anything like that. Axis either gives 110 or 0.5. That's beautiful. That's so true. I think they have one guy that works on their visual novel stuff, and he's very aware of his skill, I think, and it shows. He does a very, very good job. And the Japanese developers seem to be super hedgehoggy. Yes. But I'm not going to go into that because they have their reasons for it, and that's perfectly fine. But yes, they are, and it can kind of suck for us over here. But yeah, the Axis scripts are either really good or really bad. I feel that. I feel that yeah. And then balls blue. Yeah. I think those, because they don't have a lot of dialogue, they're like, let's just, you know, nobody cares. It's not a dialogue-heavy game, but when it is dialogue-heavy, let's get the man on it. Everything could get a little touched up. A little brushed up. Closing down here, boys. It's about time. I'm glad the stream went, Sorcery Saga. Oh my god, I know, right? I was reading that and I was like, this is way too charming for the game that it is. It's way too charming for the game that it is. And that was a game that was passed over by NIS, I think. I remember I was hanging out with Idea Factory way back in the day. I was in Japan for a Tokyo Game Show or something, and they were showing a bunch of upcoming games for the next couple years. I think that was one of them, but it was in such early concept stages at the time that it could have been something completely different. But I feel like the designs were familiar, and it's just not something that we went for. I think at the time, NIS didn't have any faith in Vita. And then the Danganronpa happened, and that kind of changed their tune. Stream had no hiccups. Yeah. I think it's the solid wired connection. So I think that's the trick. So I'm still on my laptop. All I did was add Ethernet cable hardline, and that seemed to do it. Well, awesome. I'm glad you guys came, and I mean, it says there's like, how many people? Like 8 viewers or whatever, and there's only a handful of you talking. That's fine. Like, if you're just here, you're listening, you're watching, or whatever, I appreciate it, and it's really cool. Because, I mean, I say this a lot to my friends, and they're like, you should stop saying that because it's not true anymore. But I can't get out of the mindset of like, who the hell am I? So that you're here and listening to me talk about whatever is pretty touching. So I really do appreciate it, and I hope that whether it's good or bad, the outcome of all of this, I hope that you'll stick with me, and we'll get the game out one way or another, and it's going to be really fun. It's going to be different. It's going to be the start of a different style of game development, because other than the guys who did Black Sigil on the DS, there's not a whole lot of Western studios trying to embrace Japanese game design and elevate it above Japanese game design. Not that I think I'll be able to elevate it right out of the gate. It's going to take time, of course, but I really want to try. And in order for me to really try, I still have to get one game out so that I can get that momentum going. Oh, well, hey, Arthas Reborn. I'm glad it was a pleasant for you, just the little end here. I hope you'll come by and just, I don't know, you can put headphones on and just listen to me talk, or I don't know. It's not as exciting to watch, but I do like talking and responding to questions. That didn't sound like the end of a sentence, but I guess it was. All right, thanks, fellas. I'll talk to you well, I'm going to be doing it same time tomorrow from 3 to 8 Pacific Standard. Tune in if you want. We'll just be doing more events, more mall building, and more chit-chat. I might start to run out of topics to talk about, so more questions are always good. Alright, fellas. I don't know if how laggy the stream is versus the video and audio, but I'm going to close out here, and I'll talk to you guys later. Thanks so much for stopping by, and be sure to spread news of Undead Darlings out to all your friends and foes and neighbors, dogs, cats, inanimate carbon rods. Alright, later.